Hey! Good. I have audio. I have video. I seem to have a stream. This is awesome. I'm going to go and check YouTube just to quadruple check that I am on the screen doing the thing. 3 watching now. That's awesome. One of them is me. Yep, I can see me on the screen. Can't you hear me? But can everyone hear? Can it use the chat and I'll interact through there. Can everyone hear me? That's the main thing. I've got a noise gate on. I've got a slightly rejigged setup. I tweaked a few things, so I'm trying a few new things since we. Yes, nice, good. Yeah, I tried a couple of tweaks since the last stream. One of which was I noticed when I was putting things to the Outboard Dark Glass bass amp that we kind of had an extra copy of the audio pre-outboard gear in the left ear. So I fixed that. I'm doing all of my output through Dante via now, which is great, which means that I can smash out some nasty sounding music and you should be able to hear it. And I realized the reason why I couldn't hear anything and monitor anything was because my sub decided to turn itself off. So it turned off my speakers. Nice one. So with any luck, I can hear this as well as you. Hell yeah, I can hear that. Great. Okay. Good. All right, where we left off from last time was I spent 9.5 hours flex editing overheads for drums and trying to transcribe drum MIDI without actually transcribing every individual shell hit. That was a task, but I got through it. That's fine. So this first half of the stream, this first part is that's going to be centered around mix prep and making sure that everything's ready for a speed mix of Technocracy at the end. So let's just have a little listen to the song and a little skim through to see where we're at. That's a really nice change of character here. I'm going to program my own sub drops, but I'm also just going to have a little listen and a look through all of my samples that I've got, just to see. You probably won't be able to hear. Or will you be able to hear this? Let's see. Can I preview this stuff in OBS? Let's see. No. But what I can do is unmute macOS screen capture so that you get the benefit of listening through all my wild samples. Great, cool. I need to find something that's going to suit this Riff IV, which goes pretty damn hard. I think probably we want something that focuses more on low end, i.e., an actual programmed sub drop. But what will help that? I don't necessarily want something that's going to like explode. I want something that's going to, just sort of make everything go a little bit. That we've already used. $12 might be an option. And there was another one that sounded a bit more distorted. That's too showy. That's too much like a transformer. Three is nice. That's good. That's actually exactly what I was thinking of. Let's just arbitrarily put this down to -12 or something. Oh, got a double copy of the audio going in there. Maybe I might add 12 on top of that. That's too much. Yeah. I think we should probably entertain the idea of snare bombs in this little Riff IV section. Because that, I mean, let's just see where these snare hits are all coming on. Yeah, I mean, they're all effectively on the offbeats, and this seems to be the absolute power climax of the whole song. So, especially because we've got gin bass doubling the absolute extremes of the low end. I think we should absolutely take full advantage of that. So let's add a snare bomb track. And I'm going on a bit of an impulse rabbit hole here, because I knew there were some things that kind of needed emphasis in this song. Obviously, with the stripped back arrangement, i.e., just guitars, bass, and drums, you can do a lot with the texture, and they already have done a lot with the texture, like this thinner little section here with the cool fill. Oh, where was it? No, it's the maybe it's Riff 1 Returns 2. Oh no, it's the tapping section. Like the focus is not completely going to be on you know, the rhythm guitars down here. Is the bass perfectly synced with the gin bass? No. But what I'm doing is I'm using gin bass effectively as an extra subsynth. So when I'm planning ahead here, when I put all of this into my mix template, I will split the bass so that gin bass is only reinforcing what's it acting on right now. You can see all of this activity in kind of 40 to 80 hertz down here. And in the reamped dark glass, the focus is much more in 80 to 100. So I'm just going to be using gin bass effectively as a synth to reinforce all of the subs. Let's get back to snare bombing though. We'll use good old battery for our triggering. I know I could use an instance of trigger itself as a MIDI instrument, but this method fits in well with the rest of my template, where I can just sort of drag and copy stuff when I get to it. But let's duplicate MIDI, and we'll set the, and we'll also assign a sample. So that's obviously way too much. That's all kicks. Get rid of those. God. And we really want this to be kind of a one-shot sort of. Let's have a look where all of these are hitting. I suppose what we could do is just normalize the velocity of the snare hits. Why go for 100? Go for 127. We're not bitches here. Good. Okay, we'll just jump on trigger. Oh, mono to stereo. That's what I need. Yeah. Drums, trigger, mono to stereo. Let's just browse some of these guys. I'll go for some of the Drum Forge George Lever samples. Something that has a little bit of smack to it, but also that has some ambience. Yeah! That might be a bit too long, though. Could experiment with that. Oh, the guy up the NAM file away, they go, hi. Hey, good to see you, man. Very, very fun stuff. Right, that is like way overbalanced. Let's just see how this sounds in the context of the rest of the drums. Yeah, I'm not enjoying the sort of frequency that I'm hearing up from that granulated snare bomb, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Well, I'm getting some of the low end from the snare that I like. That this is a great start of a snare, but I just want something that's a bit snappier. I'm just gonna see what the rest of what George has. Our single shot pack. Phoenix, oh, nice to see you, man. Thanks for dropping in. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Right. Let's see how this works as a snare bomb. Cool. I want to take this a step further. I am going to clip the squiddles out of it. .jst. Good. We'll compress it as well. But we'll do some Buster style compression. Where we do something ridiculous, like way over compress it with like 40 milliseconds attack. This is great. Cool, that's a little too much. Nice, and we'll pop this in a church. I love that. One of the biggest privileges I get with location recording is being able to go out into these amazing venues, and capture impulse responses of these stone churches in the UK or some wooden ones that were built post World War II. Just see what's. Hell with it, let's put the atmosphere of reverbs in there. All of these labels are based off of microphone positions where I was recording a choir a couple of years ago. So we have the main left, right. There were a lot of close mics involved because there was a lot of detail with like extra soloists and stuff. Then I had a close verb, and then I wanted to release the whole thing in Dolby Atmos the cost was going to be fronted by the choir. But we discovered that was totally unfeasible, because to chuck 25 song, 25 piece album, to chuck that on Spotify with Dolby Atmos or Apple Music through DistroKid, it's an extra $26 or $29 per song. So like, you know, that becomes really expensive really quickly. But I still have these nice samples. Yeah, that's good. Nice effect. Okay, let's just backtrack and see how our impacts go alongside this. Good start. Alright, that needs to happen on the offbeat, so I need to remember when I'm actually drawing in my subdrops that has to happen there. That's a little... It lacks definition for me, that particular sample. But we'll make do with it for now. I can tell I'm going to be using some outboard on these drums, specifically the snare. I've got a Lexicon MX200 multi-effects unit, which I love now. I finally discovered since trying the Nail the Mix from URM of Spirit Box's Holy Roller. That particular unit works really well as a snare reverb if you dial it in just right. So I will remember to use that for this outro, or also just for the drums holistically. Don't go to bed at 4, kids. Kind of feeling like rise and hit would be an appropriate thing to use, actually, for ramping up some of these section transitions. Hear this here and see what that does. Bow. Another one of you here. That's a nice finish. I will create a rise and hit instrument real quick, and then jump onto some white noise risers, sweeper things, and some manual subdrops. Then we can export all of this, and I can finally go through the fun stuff, which is my template. Cool. I love this instrument so much. Right, we definitely don't want 10 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Casually, like, bashing my glasses into everyone's ears. Apologies. Midnight. Oh, you know what? There are some really good presets in this, and I think it might just be faster to... We have Fire Swoosh. There was a Fire Swoosh somewhere. Yay, Fire Swooshes! That's a little too fiery. Where was this guy? Let's just mute you for a second and see what the offending thing is. Oh, maybe it's swoosh 1. Oh no, it's definitely swoosh 3. Cool. Let's just see what that will sound like in the context of a song. Cool. I know that. Oh, you know what? Now that I've heard the low end stuff that this is doing. Cool. That's also going to be reinforced by a sub drop, which I need to remember. I've just put a little counter there just to denote the beats of build up that's happening with these transitions. I don't want it all to be, you know, that main sound of transitions between everything. Otherwise, it'll sound the same. But I think it's probably appropriate here. Stretch that over to this end. Yeah, that'll work nicely. Maybe I can look into another rise and hit thing for another place. Kind of thinking of like a sort of thing. Hungry Shark. This sound like. Hello again. Yeah, it's not doing it for me. Nope. Too sci-fi. Nope. That's so close. We pop that down a bit. Take a look out the window, that's great. Good. Now this I need to be careful with, and I need to offset it back a beat. Let's just see how this would work in the context of that whole tapping solo thing. Nah, this didn't work. That's fine. Cool. That's fine. It can work for Riff 3. That will work for Riff 4. That's great. What I will do is I will create a track for my sub drops. Drops doesn't have an I. And another one for white noise riser. I'm going to mute them both because it relies on Logic's test oscillator, which immediately starts outputting 1 kHz test tones, and they are very annoying. So I will save everybody's ears. And we want sine wave for the sub drops. Probably going to start at about 70 Hz. Yeah, that sounds about right. A C sharp is harmonious with A, which is the key of this song. There we go. Cool. And I will put on a white noise riser. I tried doing this with pink noise a little while ago, and it didn't feel very good. Just maybe I wasn't with it that day. Let's get on with programming some subdrops then. Cool. We probably want this to sound relatively big because it's the first one of the song. Pew! Make it last for a whole 4 beats. And the way that I do this is I simply select the area of the automation lane and remove one of the points, so it just goes linearly down, pew, for the amount of time I need it to. Main, mute, unmute. So it will sound like this. Nice and easy. Just so I don't blow everybody's ears out. See, that where the intro riff returns, that's another place where we can just allow it to be a bit more stripped back, just because it's not quite so relenting. There's a little more technical detail in the guitar parts. I was up until 4 making a little birthday greeting for my grandma, and it was the most over-engineered thing I've ever done. It was from a place of love. It was great. It was fun, but it took a while, and I haven't learned my lesson about not leaving things to the last minute. Soul Splatter, who is Phoenix? Wow, what is that China? So dry, kind of cool. All of this, all of the shells are GGD modern and massive, but the overhead left and right, that's just what Scramble recorded. There's a little bit of EQ going on there. And there's like a tiny bit of parallel limiting, which was recommended to me yesterday by my buddy Jack. Not yesterday, Wednesday. But back to subdrops. Yeah, we could go for another 4-beat subdrop. Afternoon, Jay! Good to see you, man. See if we can make this work. Because the focus and emphasis on this part of the song does come on the offbeat. Yeah, I can make that work. So the riff run returns to... Shut up! We'll put this impact there. Put that one in here. Kind of wanting to put rise and hit. Oh, I should have duplicated that. Put rise and hit in here just to see if that works. Cool. What about the other one? I could program a white noise riser for there, so I will get to that later. Riff IV. This can probably afford to be a little bit longer in terms of a subdrop. I like the idea of having the power element come from the low end. maybe that's a bit too much, and it might mean that the end result of wanting to really, really emphasize that fourth riff might just make it not seem as special. Logic and automation points do not like me. Yeah, this sort of place would be exactly where we want a massive sub drop that can only be heard by elephants. Now, I did want a very, very, very small sub drop here. And it sounds like I'm going absolutely mental on them, but there is a reason why. We're not necessarily going to be hearing them as acutely as we are right now. We will be listening to them in the context of everything else in the rest of the song. So if we have something that just sort of is a bit of a gear shift, you know, slamming the brakes on the car or feeling the resistance of the engine, that's sort of what I'm going for. Maybe we can double that. Let's double that. Make the length longer. Again, still it needs to be short so that the rest of the song feels special and different with all of these sections. Maybe we need a downlift here. Shut up! Let's just have a little listen to my downlifters. Rises, down. I'll remember to mute my macOS screen capture after going through these guys. Honestly, that one will do. That one will do really nicely. And we'll turn off the macOS screen capture audio, so that you don't get a copy of the audio and blow your ears out. Another sub drop here. Sub drop is going to be the started to like not make sense anymore. Funnily enough, these are all turning out to be pretty well the same length. So I'm beginning to get imposter syndrome, thinking, oh god, am I like just copy pasting the same stuff? But it's all done with different intents in mind. And that should have been longer. Is that? Did I say that I was doing 4-beat sub drops at first? Yeah, no, they're just 1 beats, but I think that one could be longer. Ew. Let's see if this is too long. Yeah. So we probably want that to be 3/4 of the length there. There we go. Shut up! And I know for a fact I want a teeny tiny one here. No. That. Good, and then we can move on to our white noise risers. I'm going to put this down to like -6. Just let me see how this sounds. Awful is the answer. Kind of like gentle slopes on these risers. That's good. And I also like to pair them with a actually, there's a point. I can do some volume automation with gain. And then I can use Native Instruments Raum. This is awesome, and so many creative decisions have been made with this reverb. That's 33 or so. Where's my gain plugin gone? There we go. Yeah, that's just got a nice diffuseness to it, so that it doesn't sound like just turning the white noise machine on and off with each time we make one of these risers. Let's just see where would be appropriate for it. Who makes that reverb? That is Native Instruments. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is limit myself to about 3 dB on this and just see what's going to happen with this high cut frequency band. Wow, is sort of what I'm going for. No, don't change the mute. And that's also the wrong automation lane that I'm going for. That's funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. Wow. So where do we want to start this guy? 540 sounds good to me. That's probably my limit of patience with white noises. 5.8K. Cool, let's pop this up to -2 and see how that sounds. Okay, so we can shift this along this way. And we can shift this along that way. This along that way. There we go. Right. Yeah, way more natural. Cool. So I can just copy and paste the that transition. Great. And then we have a little emphasis of this little white noise sweep coming from the rise and hit sample, or the rise and hit instrument. This is good. I'm having fun. We all having fun? You know what? I love the idea. I love the idea of gating this. Let me just see what's going to happen by hard gating these, because I've added drop guitars in there as well. Because why wouldn't you? Let's just see what this does. Yeah, that gives a really sudden contrast, which I am a big, big fan of. That's made me very happy. And it means I don't have to copy and paste more automation, which sucks! Now this I did want as kind of a much more broad kind of thing. So let's just make this happen a little more gradually. This with the same decay time as well. Paste that. Pop that over here. And then do that over here. Oh, I'm going to have to do the same thing as before because of the way that Logic likes to do square automation. So that's fine. We can do that. No, we can do things the old way. That we can do that, and then we can add that, and then that puts the 2 automation points in. Cool. Didn't quite line up there. I think it was just the fact that the white noise riser was a little too loud, so I can tackle that in the mix. Right. Yeah, this needs the same treatment as last time. Cancel that. Copy this, pop that in here. I'd quite like a low one, just to see if we can get a little bit more out of it. It may be that I have to boost some of the output signal in order for it to sound. Well, what I can do is, let's put this as pink noise, because then the weighting will be slightly more. You know, I don't know if that's left or right for you guys, but this is high end for me and this is low end. And it'll sort of do this as a tilt filter along the Fletcher-Munchen curve. Yeah, that's way better. Yeah. Yeah, you'll hear the difference between this kind of transition here. And this one. I would like another 3 dB on there, just of low end, just because it's the only time it's going to come in. That doesn't have enough of a decay on it. So I will copy and paste Raum on there. Genau. I don't speak German at all. That is literally all I know. Genau. And 20 Bier, bitte. Because I have had to use that. 2.5, that's great. 4.8, 4.8. Yeah, nothing else changed. I will put a high cut on there down to about 10k, just because I don't want it to be absolutely glaringly needly. Yeah, that'll be fine. Cool. Hell with it, let's put it up to 75%. Pop me a. I just saw the message about needing that snare bomb. The particular one that I've created here. Yeah, I'll send you a bounce of just a one shot of it. Give me a message on Instagram, and I will shoot that your way. Cool. Let's recenter myself and figure out where I am. Yeah, we need more white noise here. And speaking of white noise, yes, you were mentioning about reversing cymbals. I have never tried reversing cymbals. I would love to do that. Yeah, it was a thought that occurred to me. I was watching some URM videos just in passing while I was tidying up the space today. And one of Machine's little mix labs came on about post-production stuff, which is why I'm probably in a post-production mode right now. But he chooses to use reverse cymbals for a lot of... they've got that cool amount of transient information at the start or at the end once you've reversed it. So actually, it makes a huge amount of sense kind of going zip, to add that really zippy feeling. Need another one. This I am just copying and pasting out of laziness, but it works. Cool. Dare I put in this guy? See if that's gonna work. I know there's a lot of low-end stuff that we're going to have to clear up, but I think this could really work well. Yeah, that works so well. That works really well for saying, this is the outro, this is the end. Cool. Damien, this is post-production, man. Oh, Damien was with me in the speed mixing course with URM, and we had little groups of different DAWs. So we had a Reaper group, Cubase group, etc., Pro Tools, and he was part of my Logic crew. We had a wonderful time, actually. We critted each other's, well, not critted. We observed each other's templates and kind of took things that we liked from each other's templates. And I'll be going through mine in just a moment. Cool. So we have our subdrops. We have our white noise riser. I'm going to need to remember to import those separately into my and the white noise low. I need to remember to import those separately into my project because Logic throws a hissy fit about exporting audio tracks that don't have any cellular content in them. Even if you put a MIDI file inside those audio tracks, if it doesn't actively contain any audio files that it's referencing, it just won't export them. I don't know if that's been fixed in the latest version of Logic. I still don't have plugin searching because I've been too scared to update, and I've been putting it off. Like, there's no excuse. Cool. Let's just go from the top. So we need our drums, we need our shells, we need our overheads, we need our bass, that's fine. We need gin bass in there. I'm going to pop this as, to hell with it. We don't need, well, I'll export it as a DI just because it's easier to batch select everything. But I'll export that as MIDI as well. Rhythm guitars we are going to export separately. We're not going to include volume and pan automation, or are we? Nah, it's shorter. Guitar roll left and right. So those three are going to be, I'm just going to say, import, 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 and then we have our impacts. Might as well stick our impacts there. Order things by when they come in. Yep, that's fine. Okay, good. This is ready to export. Let's just have a little listen to our drums. Oh, I'm gonna get the mixer up and make sure that everything is turned off. 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 I'll come up with amp tones in the start of my mix prep. But that all stays on. That all stays on. That all stays on. That all stays off. Good. Okay. Great. Pop these all up. Set a loop around the whole thing. Good. The multi-outs are going to work, aren't they? Surely they're going to work. Great. Cool. Okay. Lovely. So we'll just batch select everything from the top to the bottom. Yes. I will figure out the GGD folder later on. That is blank because that's just the original DI, and we've decided we're going to use the cab tone. Good. Hooray! Export. Bounces, new folder, 2025 028 1654 rather than 0359, thank God. Wanted that in block caps to make it look big and imposing. Bastard caps lock. Cool. 1 file per track. Cycle range only. WAV 24-bit. 1 file per track. Don't need to bypass effect plugins because we've taken all of those off that we need. Track number, track name. Good, let's go. How's everyone's afternoons going today? There is a lack of beard questions today compared to yesterday. It's because James Kirsch isn't derailing the chat. Brenham. Cool. And I'm going to export MIDI as well. Gin bass, I'm going to join. Mod option E. Bounces. Now, there's a specific reason why I've chosen to export MIDI as opposed to importing stuff into my template from an existing Logic project, and that is because Logic is a bit janky with the way tempo is imported and the way markers are imported. I don't know if this has changed in the absolute latest version of Logic, but the closest I can get to this appearing in my mix template is without markers, which is annoying. So I'm not going to be annoyed by that. Great, I'm going to save where we are, and we'll make a new project. Good. Make a new project, close. All my Dante stuff running in the background, it's chaos. My templates, master template. Get ready for a copyright strike. Okay, cool. First thing I'm going to do, because macOS decides to do this absolute ridiculous thing by creating a new file for each time you make an untitled Logic project, it will just create new stuff in your default music folder. This has been a teething issue with M1, I've noticed. It's fine, it's very minimal, but it's still a teething issue compared to my experience with Intel. Right, first of all I'm going to save this as a project, and I will not disclose all the secret hidden projects and the secret Scooby snacks that I've been working on. So this is under current projects, Scramble, Logic, O2 Mix, and this is going to be 2025, O2 28. I'll put my dentures back in. Technocracy remix. Cool. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that MIDI file that we created. Edit, re-edit, bounces, big stems. And this is the only way that I've found that I can reliably get my tempo map if I'm exporting tempo changes within the tempo map and my markers together, is to open the MIDI in a separate Logic project and just copy paste everything in. Select all, including the tempo. I'm just going to double check. So the intro is from bar 2 and the master drum MIDI is from bar 6. I'm just going to scroll right to the bottom such that I don't need to worry about copy pasting things over my my marker template. What? What? Copy this. I have definitely pressed Command C. Oh, to hell with it. I'll put it on the mix thing. I'll just drag the regions down elsewhere. It's fine. Great, new tracks for the thing you're about to say. Okay, right. So what it's done is it's gone and done the first point where the MIDI enters, which is bar 6. So we can just do the same thing. Boom. Great. Okay. I don't think anyone's heard a better version of Technocracy than that Yamaha MIDI. Cool. I do not want to save Untitled 16. Great. Great. Good. We'll go through my... What the hell is that? I've never seen that alert. Oh yeah, for the orphaned automation. I think what it was because I'd the stuff that was in my clipboard probably was treating itself as automation. And it was because I was pasting, attempting to paste what Logic was thinking was MIDI into an audio track. So fun, whatever. You can be a pillock. Stupid workstation. Before I forget, let's import the subdrops. Project file. This will be under Logic, Edit, Technocracy Remix. Open this. Import subdrops. White noise riser. So we want plugins, and we want automation. And there is no content in there. So we'll add those. Yeah, that's all imported nicely. Just collapse all of these for ease of navigation, and they are the most important things. I'll just take out these import labels. Now I know what the hell I'm doing. Cool. And then I'll just import the rest of the audio files from here. Got the MIDI in there already. Add all these. Create new tracks for them. Cool. Now, ordinarily, I would be setting a timer to sort of speed prep this and go through it as quickly as I could, just to kind of maintain the creative juices as much as I could. Yeah, keep as much creativity going as possible. But I thought it would be useful for people to look through this template. This is a very jank template with, like, I think it's up to quadruple nesting that I've got, which you can't usually do in Logic with buses that route stuff in and out of it. You can Lawrence, you know this. How many folders can we create if they're called folder stacks as opposed to just summing stacks? Because summing stacks I know is limited to 2. But they've recently stopped us from creating more than 3 or 4 nests of regular folder stacks, which I think is illegal. It's horrid. It's a crime against humanity. They are committing human rights violations by not letting us stack more than 4 nests at a time. Cool. We won't need keys. We won't need any of that. We're definitely not going to need our acapella bus. We are going to need our master drum MIDI up here. We're going to need gin bass. Shh. Silence. It stops you at 2 nests regardless of type. Yeah, that's horrid. That is awful. Gin bass MIDI is going to go over here, unless you're doing it wrong. No, they have definitely changed this since they've definitely changed this since I updated to Logic 11. That's depressing. Yeah, irritating. It's funny because they were like, oh yeah, you can multi-nest, you can multiple nest your buses, and we'll do that for you without you having to go into the big scary object environment editor and going around and fooling things that they're not what they are, which is what I've done to get quadruple nesting here, which is janky as hell. But yeah, in doing that, they then took away pretty vital functionality of just condensing everything else into nice folders. Dickheads. Tea is fuel. Right, let's just go ahead and drop these things where they're supposed to be. So we've got overhead left, right. Those are the raw overheads from Scramble themselves. Cool. And then we've got this thing that's been labeled as GGD. What is this? That just sounds to me like it's the whole bus. So I will mute that temporarily, but I won't discard it. So that means that this is just going to be the kick. These are going to be the toms. That's our overheads. There's no hi-hat and ride in this because we didn't use any of those. And there's no cymbal room here. Great, okay, so these can just be dragged up. I'm not 1,000,000% sure on whether or not I'm going to use the use the raw GGD modern and massive samples. Maybe they did. I worked on this little birthday thing for my grandma yesterday, and I used them alongside some trigger samples and things like that. And I just wasn't overall convinced with the results that I wanted to achieve. Maybe I was using it wrong. Maybe it just didn't fit the song. But we'll have a look and see how this fits this song today. Dark Glass is going to go on here. It's going in a separate piece of processing to Gin Bass, which I will go over later. And actually, to be honest, I can probably... I'll come up with a clever routing thing later on for this. At the moment, both Gin Bass and Dark Glass are being put into the same bus, and I kind of wanted the subs redirected from the Gin Bass. So I could very easily split this into a cab signal and a DI signal, and put the cab signal in here, and you know what, that's what I'm going to do. Because then it will effectively behave like quad tracking, except double tracking with bass. We'll put this now so I don't forget. I like it at about 120 Hz, but we can refine that later. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Let's just see what this sounds like paired with cab here. I'll just turn off my split bass in the Dark Glass cab. That's nice. It's a little woofy, so EQ will fix that. But I am happy with that. I'm just going to pop this down in my effects. Cool. And then we've got the Gin Bass. Well, we don't need that. Cool. We have our guitar mono. Just clear up some space here real quick. Didn't want to do that. So we'll call this a lead. It doesn't make any difference. It's just what I'm calling it in my head. No, we'll call this a solo because I want to be able to process my drops and my regular rhythm guitars. I'm probably going to want to bus those inside the same bus, though. Also want these to be one left-right kind of thing. Include volume and pan automation. Track, yes, that's fine. Do this thing, double check that it's done the thing. Cool. Oh, well that's annoying. The drop effects didn't go through, but that is okay. That just means I have one less thing to bounce. It's because I turned off the Soldano emulation. Well, no, it's because I didn't bounce them with the pitch correction, pitch shifting on at all. Which is fine. So actually what this means is I can process both of these at the same time. Because uppercase drop. There we go. Access lower 100x. Yes, good. I'm using the right template. Right. I'm not a huge fan of how that transposition has been done. I'm just going to see what transposing this with Logic's stock octave stuff will do to the signal. Labeling single samples pitches, and you need a perfect pitch to do that reference. Yeah, it's a lovely shortcut. I have nothing else to say. It's just a nice shortcut. 65 files in just one folder of this vibraphone recording. Oh god, and it's vibraphone. So there's all sorts of harmonic splits as well that you can't there's no way to speed up using using a spectrogram or something like that to try and find the rising pitches, is there? Yeah. Oh, that's really annoying. See, this would be another good use for AI or machine learning, is just to go ahead and say, right, hey, can you sort these in, just do this as like a whatever sort. I love those sorting videos of different algorithms on Instagram. That's a rabbit hole, sorry. That's good. I like it. I like how the transient information's been preserved. Let's just have a look to see what Logic's pitch shifter will do. And let's go back to the... No, I'm going to stick with the flex pitch shifting, because it just muddied the transients very slightly of those DIs, and I really like I love the idea of having the pick attack be really transparent in this. I spent about 4 hours with Ryan Shearer yesterday just tweaking the knobs and testing out different distortion pedals on this big quest for knowledge. And it was really, really interesting seeing what they did to how they all reacted differently to transient responses, how they changed the kind of woofiness or the sustain or different elements of the attack in different frequency bands. I'm coming from the perspective as a smooth-brained violinist whose sound purely comes from the strings and the bow. So I'm just like, oh, you can change these things, and it's not necessarily about your playing, because I just noticed most of the time with my guitar tones when I've been playing the guitar, I've been fighting the amp or the amp sim, or well, I mean, not necessarily the amp sim, because I've been using the Soldano plugin, because that's all I've got. But now that I'm on this journey of like real guitar amps and real guitar cabs, it's fascinating just seeing how much fighting there is being done when we don't have a guitar tone, or when one, like me, doesn't know how to dial a real guitar tone for the purposes of playing into it. I can dial a mix-ready guitar tone easily. Like, that's what I'm demonstrating later today, but playing the damn thing, like, that's another world. Okay. I may entertain doing Buster Oderholm's trick of sending this guitar rhythm thing just from 300 hertz downwards into the guitar effects and using that as like an extra bolster. That may come just from the drop guitars, though. Let's see what else is there. Oh, it's just impacts. Cool. Impacts and rise and hits. Well, I don't need. There's no useful plugin chains inside of my default thing here. Well, what I will do is I'll just color them same. Okay, cool. That's routing, and I think that GGD thing can just go. Cool. So let me run through the template real quick. So everything is summed down into 3 main buses feeding a mix bus. We've got our instrumental, acapella, post effects. This is just a folder of all of my effects. Bog standard, easy peasy. Acapella is a little more intricate. It sums down into top 3 categories. What are the lead vocals? What are the backing vocals? And what are the vocal effects, like delays, reverbs, etc., etc. Cool. So the lead vocals, they've been split into sung lead vocals and screamed lead vocals. There is always the option to add more buses later on. This is mainly so that I can help do different processing between, let's say you've got overlapping lines of a clean chorus that's then interrupted by a screamed vocal that then suddenly shifts the focus to this next verse here. That's kind of what I'm going for there. Backing vocals, it's the same thing. Sung BVs for a nice clean chorus, scream BVs for when you want to layer up those big things. Bloodlines Metal Band! Hello. Yes. And then we've got gang vocals. Usually those don't tend to overlap between sung and screamed backing vocals, but they're all processed separately so that just in case I can make those little tweaks and process things separately. And then the vocal effects, I've just selected some default stuff from Kiloheart's dual delay. Well, I say default, it's not default. I've made them my defaults. Seb, good to see you, buddy. I just saw the block capitals and now we're doing this. So this is my dual delay, the Kiloheart's dual delay. That's my init settings. It always starts off with like 1.65 or something as a multiplier for whatever time setting you have on these. And I generally like the time to be synced to the tempo of the song. Mix at 100% because this is going as a send as opposed to an insert, and I've got more control over the EQ if I need, or if I want to distort distort or saturate the delay, I can do that. It's a good starting point. And then Convolution easy. This is my impulse response of Morningside Parish Church. So impulse responses, in case anybody doesn't know, that's where if you've got a it's just like taking an impulse response of a cab, but you take it of a building. So you set up a speaker and it plays a sine wave, a sine sweep going from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. That sounds really weird. It can also get very loud. But the idea is the building is reacting to all of these frequencies that are being swept through it. And as you set up a pair of microphones, wherever, to be reverbs or a main pair of classical microphones or anything like that, they will record the sound that they are hearing from that position, which will be different and more diffuse than what the speaker is producing, which is just the pure sine sweep. So through some very clever maths, you can do this all for free in Reaper as well. You can start your convolution journey like now. In some clever software, it will basically say, oh, okay, this is your reference, this is what came out of it, and it subtracts the what came out of it from the reference. And generally, what it sounds like is this. It will be some sort of transient blip, which sounds more diffuse. It kind of sounds like in a way. And you have your fingerprint of Morningside Parish Church. So, for instance, if I was to put the guitar DIs into Morningside, just pop this in the lead vocal thing because I know it's going to end up here. That is Morningside Parish Church. Just like I've got another preset for Kirriemuir Town Hall. I did a recording for RSNO up there. String quartets sound amazing in this. It's a bit smaller, it's a little bit drier, it's not got as much stone, it's not got any stonework in it at all. But it suits itself for those kind of pieces of music or songs where you don't necessarily need a really long, decadent reverb. I mean, I've got this is taking it to the far extreme. Church of the Sacred Heart in Lauriston Place in Edinburgh. And it just keeps going and going and going and going. Cool. But we don't need any of those now, so we'll just take this out. And we'll turn all of these... This is something I need to do for future reference for when I next update this template, is as soon as I press play, obviously everything, all of these sung BVs, scream VVs, and gang vocals are sending to all of these simultaneously. So if I press play for the first time, even if it's gain stage properly, it just starts screaming reverb at me. So I just need to remember to do this and save the template. I'm not going to do that now. Because if I save the template with all this in it, it saves the tempo information and all the MIDI. But this is boring. Nobody needs to hear this. Cool. That is the routing. That's the routing certainly of the vocal stuff. Instrumental is very much the same, just with some presets that I like on there. I did use Pro C2 a lot for guitars. That's not my preset. This is my preset. But I don't use it so much anymore, especially not for distorted guitars. I will just go ahead and limit them. Why do I need to waste time dialing in attack and release times on compressors when we effectively have a distorted and clipped and leveled signal anyway? Cool. It's similar sort of bussing, stacks of things. There's a separate thing for guitar effects so that I have ultimate control basically of EQing a delay or a reverb on a guitar effect separate to the amp tone. Bass, this is fun. So we reamped this last time through the Dark Glass Alpha Omega, and it raw sounds like this. And one thing that I really enjoy doing, and it's a little bit of setup and a little bit of faff, especially if I'm doing like a speed mix for a client or something, I will like to split my bass, which involves high passing the stuff that I want to be the cab. I'm using gin bass as an example. This is more for Seb's benefit, or anyone who wasn't here when I was doing the routing earlier. This is what the cab would sound like. So you can tell it's missing all of this low end, but the low end is coming down in a separate track. That's muted. And so the whole idea of this is that I will go ahead and limit this guy extremely. And that is absolutely not moving. That is a brick wall of sub. It is effectively an 808, just as a bass guitar. What I love about Limitilt, this is a proprietary URM plugin, and anyone who's a subscriber knows that we get it with our membership. It has this pre and post tilt EQ, so what I can do is I can refine the subs even further, because when we're limiting to this degree, you can see all this mess coming around 300, you know, just above 100 and up to 300, which may... Don't go to bed at 4 AM, kids. Which may start fighting with the low end of our guitars and drop guitars, certainly in this instance. Possibly some synths and post effects or whatever. So it's really good to be able to post EQ just the low end, to post limit just the low end. It just sounds a bit tidier. I'm going to keep that on, because that was awesome. That sounds really good. Yes, and when it's paired with the original bass tone, I could just rebalance this inside of Limitilt. Like that sounds absolutely titanic. And good morning, Kiko. Yes, Limitilt is absolutely king. I love it. It's great. It just does all the nice things. Cool. So yes, what I've done is I've put this as an automatic setting inside of Wave's Studioverse. And I'm this template is so jank, I can't actually change this, and I can't show you. But it's the same settings as I had on the Limitilt instance that's now down in the effects on that bass sub. It's doing exactly the same thing, but I have got everything routed with a multiband split inside of Studioverse. So we've got 110 Hz and downwards being limited the absolute squiddles out of, and everything else above it is just untouched. So if I solo the original bass tone, I can actually dial in the amount of sub that I want with the little fader that is post effects. Which is good. Nice. What else is there? What other interesting stuff can I talk about? Okay, cool. Drums. Well, there's nothing particularly interesting about the drums. We've got three different tracks here. We've got raw kick. We've got an audio version of trigger, so that if I have a very well isolated kick like this, I can just drag it down and use that to trigger off of. Let's put in a preset in of my heavy kick. We have a MIDI version of that, so that if we've got master drum MIDI like we do, this mainly applies to drums that I've recorded myself, where the isolation between the individual close mics will not be as surgical as GGD, but there is that option there. And we have that for the kick. We've got same thing for snare top, bottom. Channel mate is, I think I pointed this out on the last stream. This is on everything. Another URM proprietary plugin. It's just a utility tool. We've got a trim, we've got a panner, DC blocker, which is very helpful if you've got DC offsetting. And we've got phase invert. This is absolutely killer. Mid-side to stereo. I have used this. I used this on as a really good shortcut for something with the University of Edinburgh. And I love using URM plugins on classical stuff. Like, not necessarily because of they give a certain classical sound or whatever. No, they're utilitarian things that are usually used on rock and death metal records. So, like, using them in a completely different context is really fun. Yes, before anyone from URM asks, I have used Frequency Sniper on choirs. It did a job. But the mid-side to stereo was used on to decode a Blumlein pair. I effectively did a double mid-side with... Oh, I've got them here. These guys, so these are ribbon mics, and these are the first ribbon mics that SC Electronics brought out in about 2006. They are awesome. I love using them on clean vocals, love using them on classical vocals. Love also using them as mid-sides. So if you cross over a figure of 8 pattern, I'll get me in full view here for you guys. Yeah, so if you cross over a figure of 8 pattern like this, you effectively get 4 dots, one as a forward and backwards and one as a left and right. This is called a Blumlein signal, so you can turn it 45 degrees to officially make it a Blumlein signal, which you've got left, right, and then a little bit of ambience on either side. Mid-side is where you have a cardioid, a front-facing microphone, and a figure of 8 microphone capturing the sides. They're at 90 degrees to each other. So that creates a lovely combination of really accurate stereo imaging, and it kind of puts stereo imaging into Technicolor, which is awesome to use that cinematography terminology. The double mid from this was basically done by, if you've got the positive side of the positive side of your figure of 8 microphone is front facing, and you've got the rear-facing side of your mic being the negative, you want to get rid of that. If you duplicate the signal, invert the phase, so and then pan them hard left and right, just as you would for the side, it's exactly the same treatment, but I would have used Plugin Alliance's mid-side soloer, and I will show you what this does with the overheads. The difference between this and something like TV Pro Audio's Isolate is huge for my monitoring. So when we sum stuff to... Have we got it in here? Yes, there we go. Right. When we sum stuff to mono, we know what that sounds like. This is the mid. The image all just collapses into the center. When we solo the sides, that is the extreme stereo left and right of the image. And there's some complicated maths about it. There's phase reversal trickery and frequency-based stuff. And it sounds, the difference sounds like this. With the mid being taken completely out of there, that is literally the stuff that is just hitting the extreme left and the extreme right of the image. I'll give you my DAW so you can see what I'm doing. I get this weird sensation with soloing the sides in this traditional fashion, where it feels like everything is coming from a pair of speakers that's like back there. There's one right here and there's one back here, and it feels so disorientating. I can't trust my decisions, because that's just too distracting for me. So what this guy does, these are both free. This is absolutely the best monitoring thing I've ever used for mid-side. Does exactly the same thing with mid. But with the sides, it sums the extreme sides into mono. It doesn't cancel them out. It just gives you a mono-ized version of the sides. And you'll hear me use this closer to the end of the stream when I get into the mastering stage of things. But now, why did I go on that wormhole? Double mid-side. I basically did the side thing and phase cancelled the mid, so that we'd have like a super cardioid figure of 8 mic. Right, I got distracted. This is not a bad thing. More template stuff. I'm just going through these toms because I need to remember to put them in stereo because they already have some stereo information on them. Toms already have a couple of, well, all of the shells have some default stuff on them. Toms, I like the Kilohertz transient shaper more than compression. It just seems to allow me to. It's like having your own bit of moon gel. You'll make the one will make the tom sound great and punchy and whatever through the EQ, but sometimes it will just drag on a bit too long. And that's where the transient shaper does this really transparently. It is as if you recorded with a lump of moon gel on there. Same thing with toms. There is an audio-based and a MIDI-based sample generator of trigger for each of these. Shells all go to, well, the toms also all go to a distressor. George Lever, his recommendation. Hello, Chris. Good to see you, buddy. George Lever's recommendation from, what was it? I think it was one of the URM podcasts. He was on with A.L. Levy, and one of the questions for their quick-fire round of questions was, what's your favorite compressor or something like that? And he specifically said, distressors on toms, optical setting, tune the input and the output. The input so that it doesn't give off much of the saturation flavor, but it does do stuff to the transients, and then the output to taste. And I see why. This slams. This is great. Love it. Cool. There will be some silencer presets. Whether or not this is sidechained to an instrument is dependent on whether or not it is purely a sampled kick drum or shells versus recorded live. Shells also have a distressor on there, but I don't really turn it on that much. Now we have master drum MIDI here as an instrument with no output, and that might look really weird to some people, but this is actually sidechaining something that's going on in my rooms. So I have this preset chain. I'll put some EQ in. Probably won't use Pro C2. I'll use Logic stock compressor in FET mode to behave really aggressively like an 1176. And after kind of spicing up the rooms, what I'll also do is I will add Saturn on the top of it, whether or not it's a raw room on its own, or as you can see, the same thing with the same sidechain is going on the room's bus. which I've started doing much more now because it sounds more natural. This is sidechained to that master drum MIDI. So every single time there is a hit on a shell, I'm just going to make sure I didn't transcribe any cymbals, did I? It should just be the cymbal, the shells. Yeah, that's just shells. So every single time there is a drum hit, it's just adding a little bit of saturation on the attack of each of those, each time the stick hits the shell. So just compare the difference between these. You know, sounds like a machine gun. It's great. Cool. The instrumental bus, I will gain stage with Hornet's normalizer. And these are two gain values that play nicely with my outboard gear. And I'll show you that in a moment. Give me 2 ticks. I'm going to go into studio mode so I can just double check to see that my DSLR is on. Yeah, cool. Good. Okay, so this is my outboard gear. I will take my mic off my stand. Cool. So this is my outboard gear. The dark glass everyone is familiar with, so I've put it out of shot. I have an Elysia 3630, reputed for being one of the shittest compressors ever. But I like it because it splinters the audio. There's a really satisfying kind of saturation that yields itself very well to incredibly aggressive use. Beneath it, I've got my Lexicon MX200, which I've reminded myself I'm going to use for a snare room today. It's a multi-effects unit. It works really cool. I love using it to create the Doom narrator's voice. That's always been a fun joke. This is an ART Pro VLA2. It's a Vactrol compressor. I generally use this on a vocal bus. However, there have been a couple of very rare instances where I have used it on something like an instrumental bus, just for glue, I think. Beneath it is my trusty TLC1 valve compressor. This was the first piece of outboard gear I bought. I had been dumped by an ex of 3 years by a paragraph of text this long, and I was about to buy. I literally had it in my cart. I was about to buy an Avalon a VT737. I was about to drop $2,000 on it, and one of my buddies, John Sturt, who's an incredible composer, and he looked after me at a very low point. He shut my laptop and was just like, "No, go to bed, rethink this." So I rethought, and I got a 1992 revision of the this is the first version of the TLC1. This is really good at gluing your instrumental bus together. So it's good at bringing the guitars forwards. I would like to experiment with chaining the two of these together, whatever form that takes. But that's the outboard. There is an outboard Jomeek 3Q preamp, which I'm using as a channel strip, but that is for talking back. But that's all the outboard we have in use for this session. So that is why I have the normalizer gain stage the way that I do, is just because it plays nicely with those output values. Yeah, get all those subs into everybody's ears. Cool. So I have one of those as a preset for instrumental bus. I've got standard -3, -6, -9. There is another one which is default baked into my template, which is for -6. Yeah, the acapella bus, which plays nicely at -6. Now, the master bus, this is probably where people are going to have some fun. With the speed mixing topology that we learned in Speed Mixing 2, there's the idea of top-down mixing. So prioritizing your balance first, and then your EQ to kind of shape things, get them to jigsaw together nicely, and then dynamics to sort of shape the whole mix. So this first instance of FabFilter is just for general correctional stuff. I haven't noticed myself using this recently. If there is like an extreme buildup of subs, I'll take it out. If there's like a really common resonance, like in the song I mixed yesterday, which nobody heard, there was like a big 1.2 kilohertz resonance in all of the guitars. So I was able to just take that out at this stage. Then we got Hornet's Normalizer. I put this to -3 because I generally master with 3 dB of headroom. It's an arbitrary number, but it's the one that I learned and it's the one that I use. Channelmate as a utility. Don't really need it on there. It's never used. Mongoose. This is awesome. So what this does is it takes all of the frequencies below... all of the frequencies below 120 or, you know, whatever frequency you specify in here, and it just collapses it into mono. So what this is really good for is making sure that your kicks and your basses are just locked into the middle of the image, and things like guitars and vocals have a little bit more space to breathe and be panned around in the stereo field. It works especially well for separating things in mid-side compression. I'll do another round of correctional EQ almost purely mid-side. This will be in conjunction with the Brainworks Solo plugin, just for making sure that if there's anything fighting and competing between the mids and the sides, it will fight less. I have gain as a plugin before the Elysia Alpha mastering compressor, because what I sometimes like to do is automate section gain. This is helpful, let's say, the famous Riff IV, because that makes... Shh. I forgot to mute my effects. This is really good for if one section of a song has to absolutely punch so hard. It's really good for sort of stepping things up a bump or two. A couple of people who've looked at my stories, they might have found I even do this for like weensy teensy 8th or 16th note sections of time, just to make a section go and give you a little defibrillator kickstart. The Elysia Alpha compressor, I think I mentioned this in my last stream. If I could pick one word to describe this, it would be violent. It has this awesome feed-forward circuit, which I would use for sound design, but not mastering. I have to be very, very, very conservative using this ratio knob. 1.5 is too much. It is too much because it will just pin everything. Yeah. However, when this weapon is used properly, especially in mid-side, it can help add a lot of punch and a lot of aggression into the mid stuff, and it gives the sides this lovely blooming characteristic that kind of keeps you awake. Unlike me, Jesus, that keeps you awake. And kind of tickles the sides of your ears, and it kind of rejuvenates the sides, which can often sound quite flaccid when it's separated between mid and side. But I start off with channel linked, going in regular stereo, just as a basis for how the song should sort of start to feel. Pro MB, this is basically being used in the same style as like a spectral EQ. It's a copied Buster trick. I solo out different bands. I had a little play around and experimented with the bands that make the most difference for me. I'll just pop this out at -6 real quick, just on the instrumental bus. Cool. So if we turn this on and listen to the different bands, we've got our low end completely soloed out, and this is so that I can adjust how aggressively it's releasing. This is actually I'm just gonna put my presets in, because this is something that I always waste time on. 20, 30 is put let's leave it at 20 just in case I need to refine that later and make it less spitty. Yeah, so generally what I'll do is I'll use this to pin the low end and make sure it's sitting in a nice place so it's not making us seasick. This sort of general low mid-range, that's generally where a lot of the punch comes from, especially from the snare and from how the mid of the compression will be reacting to the rest of the song. It'll kind of be going like do 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 do, or, you know, emphasizing the transient. So this is just kind of help it on that way. This region is sort of where the general music is. It's kind of hard to gauge how I'm using it without vocals in there, because this is where a lot of the vocal space is being occupied. But I generally like this to be relatively exciting, so that everything is, so that the majority of the exciting song content is, you know, giving rejuvenation to the whole song. You know, we can hear a little bit of the cymbals coming in there, so it may have a slightly longer release time. We'll see. And then we've got this stuff, which is generally the stuff that makes my ears go, ah! Horrid stuff. There's a slightly longer release time on here, 30%, as opposed to the others, which are like 20 or 10 in places. And this stuff is just painful. It's nice for a top-end sheen, but if it's constantly kind of going bzz, 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 and just, you know, being waspish, that's why I've put it up to 40 from 10%. I mean, compare this. It's just a bit smoother. It allows the cymbals to bloom. Bzz, bzz. There's much more of that feeling in there. And then once I've unsoloed all of this and have brought the whole song into the equation, I can use this effectively as a 5-band EQ. There may be another slot in here for some color EQ, maybe a Brainworks emulation, or I've really enjoyed the who made the W495 Sidetrack. Oh, Pulsar, there we go. Yeah, this is great. This is just a nice I think it was an emulation of a Neumann, wasn't it? Am I talking absolute crap? This is just nice. It just adds a nice little sheen on the top. But I will remove that for now. And then bog standard auto hard clipping output, clipping, limiting. Generally do that. What are we doing? We're 48, 24, DC offset, just in case I've done something really stupid. And that is outputting at minus 0.5 dB. So there we go. Cool. Let's jump into some actual audio stuff. The things that I need to do before I start mixing are I need to generate drum samples and I need to create guitar tones. So let's do some drum samples. So it sounds like we've got some quite deft kick action going on here. There's a question. Yes. What do I think for the Elysia? What do I use the Elysias for commonly? Anything that needs to sound incredibly aggressive, like overly emphatically aggressive. I used it for my instrumental mix bus mixing Spirit Box's Holy Roller. People in URM can hear that in the Rocktagon and Throwdown. I use it for... Oh, what did I use it on? Did I use it on... Is it Magnus or... It's anything that needs to be really, really aggressive. So I'll show you the settings. I'll turn on my DSLR first. Yeah, so... think we're looking at it's a 4-to-1 ratio. It's between it's weird. It's like this 5-point clock display thing. 1, 2, 3, 5 for. It goes from. Does it go? Yeah, it goes from 5 milliseconds to 50 up here. So between here is probably 20 or 30, something like that. That's the attack time. Release is 150 milliseconds, which is quite long in some cases. But what I've found, because I've dialed down the threshold to -10 dB, and the ratio is at 4-to-1, all I need to do is just control the stepped output of Logic to tell us, how hard that compressor is being hit. Makeup is just done by ear. It's doing soft knee compression, so that allows. I don't know. It made it sound more aggressive when I dialed it in. I need to learn a bit more about knees of compressors to see how that will affect the sound later on. But cool. Let's jump back to sample selection. One thing that Dan Brownstein sometimes does is just mixes. He'll mix different kick samples. Right, that sounds a little bit cardboardy, which I'm going to correct with some EQ. Good start. I want a one-shot, I think. The good thing about this template is I can duplicate everything. Shell samples. I want to process my extra samples that are on my kick and my snare as one instrument. So what I will also do is I will move all of these because they are superfluous. Oh, have I done the bad thing? Yeah, that did the wrong. I'll just pop this in here and then delete everything else so it doesn't delete the folder. In fact, I think I'm going to keep this as one-shots. Okay, so now we can duplicate this. Ah, everything's going to that. So this needs to have a different bus number to it because I've duplicated bus 36. Okay. Bus, let's call that 22. And then if we take this duplicated thing, goes out here, that's good. That's going out to bus 1? 1, yeah. 1. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's have this exclusively for one-shots. And there's going to be a big build-up of... a big build-up of low end, but I'm not massively fussed about it. I'll find a place that doesn't have kick drums. I think I'm going to add the Old Spice and remove the Slammer Ding Dong. Oh, do you know, that's nice. That's good. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. This is just to gain some consistency between the very dynamic kick. You've got this da, da, da. And just get some more consistency with the top end. Let's look at these snares. never been a particular fan of the GGD Modern and Massive snare. I liked it at first because all I was using was like stock Logic drums. But this doesn't necessarily inspire me. Let's just see if I can replace it with anything better. That's why everything's so quiet, is I put this out on -6. Brace your ears, friends. But is that going to affect us negatively? This build-up. Where's the little build-up? Here. I think it's missing a couple of hits, isn't it? Oh, alright, good. Am I misremembering of a different session? Yeah, it's just adding a bunch of stuff that I don't want. I will pop silencer in there. And I guess I'll be... You know what? No. No, this is too much work. Remove those. And I will copy the master drum MIDI down here. All of this, except for this and that, get turned. So, the way that this will work is what's coming out of battery just sounds like this. So I'm going to use that. Oh, I've got a side. That's going to have to be a sidechain, isn't it? What is this track? This is instrument 2. Silencer, sidechain to instrument 2. Now sometimes register those flams that I like to put in as single shots. But it's done that nicely. Good. Okay, cool. Actually, I like the increased tightness with the gate on there. So I will pop the gate on the main snare. Cool. So we can now this to create our nice big. It's not very nice. What other snares do we have? Quite like the sound of doing this. Just see if this works somewhere else. It's putting in this unpleasant top end. Okay, well we'll find something that puts in a nice bit of top end as well. that's certainly giving us a nice amount of more body. I'll pop in another one shot. I think I knew I was going to have to do that, but it's going to have to be very, very, very subtle. Look for these one shots. Is there a good one shot I can use? Drum Forge and the George Lever pack is always one I'm gonna enjoy. I quite like Kushk. Kushk is giving me pleasing vibes right now. Subtle, but it's giving much more of the crack that we're expecting. So that's good. Toms I can generally rattle through. Does that even need it though? I do like the toms from Modern and Massive. This on. Or is it Tom 1 that I've got? No, that's too high. Right, if we link tune these. Good, and then unlink this. 17. 14. That sounds huge. Nice. Good. And the reason why I am going for lots of these doubled samples as well is so that I can create an even more explosive room too. Maybe I can justify using the same Tom 2s for this. Nah. No, I'll just pitch them. Cool. That's just about going down to a B. And then these massive thrums. Right. We don't even need to check the pitch on this for what I've got planned. Yeah. Right, well, we need a bit more than that, please. Let's just compare these tom fills with and without the with and without the samples. Just adds a little bit more transient information. So good. We don't need one shots of the toms, certainly, because of the amount of processing we're about to do to them, and the fact they're going to be clipped through a compressor, through a distressor as well. But what I am going to do is I am going to duplicate all of these, and I will pop them into my fake drum room. Oh, I hate Bluetooth mice, and I'm stuck with it. Right, that's Tom 1, 2, 3. Room roll goes in here. I need to duplicate my dynamic kick plus. and I need to Snare Plus without duplicating the Kick Plus that I already duplicated. Right. Here. Plus Snare Plus. Yeah, back up there. Stupid. Right. So I need to find reverbs of all of these. What I make? Oh, well, this is a preset for a heavy kick, so I can just use the heavy room preset that I made. Good. Didn't want the high-end slap from the Black Beauty there. Figure 2, this was done on my own. I have the Dream Snare reverb. We have Jimmy Snare reverb here. Got a... Yes, we've got one of the Alshed. Okay, let's try and find this. We'll have the... This should now... This... Yeah, nice. We've got the dynamic kind of building up in the extra sections. Good. Tom... This is my ubiquitous mid, so 17, 17, 14. 17. 17. And then what was this? This was all pitched down to minus 23. Heavy rooms. You stood. Minus 23. You can already hear this is going to be... This is... Oh my god. I'm so excited. And then the floor tom was just its own preset with notes. Okay, cool. That's better. Sounds much more like a thunderstorm. So the room here just sounds a little bit fluffy. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to pop in the snare. How am I going to do that? I will put it as a send. Let's just see what all of this sounds like altogether. Yeah, I could do with more snare sustain. Definitely. We'll pop this snare bus as a send. Refader. Send that. Snub. What? What? Oh, it's because I did. It's a silly thing. See, this is one of those things. If I accidentally drag something the wrong way in this particular template, it just disappears into the ether. And it is annoying that I've had to literally jerry-rig Logic into doing things this time. But move. Cool. So is that all sent? Yeah, that's all sent pre-fader over to this snare reverb. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in utility IO stereo. Just get the lexicon going. The preset by default has a has everything instantiated, so I'm just going to do my latency detection. What are you doing? Oh, it's because I haven't got it plugged in. I'm so used to having everything hardwired in the back. Well, hey. So I'm going to have this going into 5 and 6 as opposed to the preset 7 and 8 because the ART is hardwired into 5 and 6. So I know I'm not going to be using those inputs. Hey, there we go. Right. I don't know how loud this is going to be. I'm sorry in advance. White is the answer. I'm just going to adjust the output trim of that going into the reverb. Yeah, no longer going in the red. This could be good. Cool. Right, let's just see how that sounds now. Nice. Very happy with how this is. So that is all of our drums, I believe. Oh, I did want to check quadruple check. I know that the guys in Scramble worked very hard on this, but I have to, for an OCD reason, check the phase of these overheads. And I use InPhase for this. InPhase is awesome because you can either choose to sidechain an external source into the plugin and make sure that, for instance, a set of stereo guitars are in phase with a reference point, a reference cab or something like that, or you can use it to make sure that overheads are in phase with one another. No, I didn't want that loop. Where's some much more? Yeah, this. Yeah, so we are not perfectly in phase. 0.16 is our correlation. We want to be aiming for as close to 1 as possible, and I can already see that's upside down. I mean, it's almost perfectly inverted. Not quite perfectly inverted. Right, let's just transfer setup A to setup B so that we can A-B these settings. What happens if we move B over this way? Anything? Anything? Oh, there's... no, there wasn't much of an improvement there. Yeah, it's a shame that we're kind of locked to this level of phase coherency. The most we can get in the other direction is 0.08. And we've got 0.16 here. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. So InPhase won't be able to do anything. That's fine. We can't improve further on it. It doesn't sound awful though, which is great. Awful would be like if the snare was like getting completely lost. Cool. We've done our dark glass stuff. Let's create some tones. So I'm going to do some corrective EQ here. I'm hearing some, which I know is around about here. Just getting away some of that watery. Whatever the octave below that is. This now sounds like super scrunchable. I'm going to clip the DIs. I remember, Jay, there was one time we were recording some guitars and I decided I wanted to clip them on the way in. And it did make a difference, and I realised why, is because it's just the maths of clipping. It just makes the transient more vertical. How am I doing this? URM's mini clip. Another awesome plugin. So what the effect of this is doing is, rather than acting like an overdrive or anything like that, or before I put any overdrives in, is it just makes the pick attack sound so much harder. Yeah, you were saying about changing the guitar pick does a lot for transients. The thinner, newer, the better. I don't have that experience. I use thick bastards. I use these guys. The Dunlop Jazz 3 style that have a max grip on it. It's like 1 millimeter or 2 millimeters thick. It just allows me to violate that string, which is what I like, which is what I want to do. That's the sound that I'm used to. But everyone plays differently. That's the thing. This is the great thing about guitars, is it's such an open world. I will just create a tone from Soldano. I know I said I might go ahead and do real guitar amps. It's getting dark outside, and Sarah's home for the weekend. I want to go spend time with her. Right. Let's look at what the DIs are doing. I just wanted to make sure, because there are some quite dynamic twiddly-diddly bits, I just wanted to make sure that they all don't get lost in their importance. I turned off the 421 because I want to know what a good SM57 sound will be before I add any supplementary microphones. I need to remind myself that I'm not just dialing a guitar tone to play with. I'm guitaring the tone to mix. I'm dialing the tone to mix, which means I need this to fit in with the subs. And that's going to lock in really nicely. This is good. I'm just going to double check that with the gin bass sub. Yeah, that's going to work nicely. We're going to get on very well. This is a trick that Jack Davenport taught me, and I think he might have learned it from Nolly, ? But basically, if you have two different microphones on a cab, and you invert the phase of one of them, and then you make the absolute worst sounding tone you can, when you re-invert or uninvert the phase of that microphone, all of the bad stuff will basically be phase cancelled. So let's see what moving an SM57 around does first. What sounds the worst? Oh, that's pretty heinous. That's awful. That's bringing in a lot more of the 1 kilohertz I was trying to remove earlier. This takes the cake. This is awful. There's all kinds of extra harmonics in there as well. 121 at 373. Well, that's just going to phase cancel. I think the Royal 121 at 0.373. That's one of the worst sounds I've made. So it's now non-phase inverted. Let's just see what happens with putting this in. Cool. There's going to need to be some correctional EQ done to this, but I am happy there. Let's copy these settings and paste them into these dropped guitars and just turn off all the processing for now and see what's going to happen. Nice, good gain staging there. Let's take off the clipping. Yeah, the transients are quite strong in this part, so I'm just going to tame those. You can can see how much aggression is in there, but it's starting to become quite unruly because of the subs. It's turning woofy rather than tight. Reset these knobs. Put that at 12 o'clock, where it belongs. I was absolutely right to take out the 250. A slight change of position on the SM57. And because of the change in tone, maybe we need a change of microphone. Oh. I think that's just about unusable there. Cool. That tells me we're good. Apart from this I have a little look in RX to see what's going on here. Like a bunch of noise, or am I just hearing a light switch from somewhere? Look all right, but I was just becoming dimly aware that I could hear some white noise or some ground loop noise from somewhere in those guitar DIs. Let's do the thing. We'll pop Soldano on. Oh, do you know what? It's inconsequential. Oh, yes. Scramble have actually joined! That's sick. Is it Kieran or Kyle or both of you? It's both of you. Shit, I hope I'm doing a good job. Guitar going straight into a 2i2. Okay. So all that tells me is that those strings were so fresh and those pickups are so good because I've noticed there's like a pretty decent high frequency loss on stuff that's tracked into a 2i2. Oh, never have I ever adjusted settings on a bypassed plugin. Quite like the sound of this being sort of lo-fi, crunchy kind of vibe. Nice. What can we do about our placement? I like the idea of making this tone slightly less high gain, obviously, but also slightly grittier. There's a very clean high gain that I've tried to get going on with the main riffs. Something that really prioritized being like massive and huge. I don't think that's correct for this guy. Let's do 12k and then we can subtract more as we need. Just needs to sound like it's got somewhat of a high shelf coming from that tone. Let's see what this tapping stuff does. I mean, it's hammer-ons and pull-offs, but tapping. Shush. Let's put it in a room. Yeah, let's put it in a room. Bus 24. Oh. Put it in here. Not so that it specifically goes to an effects, but so that it can not be lost to the ether and the sands of time. This needs to be pre-fader. Needs to send all the way out like this. And I'm going to turn this down so I don't blow everybody's eardrums. Let's just go into Convolution ED. Can't wait to move to the latest update of Logic, because then I can actually search for plugins. I've just been procrastinating from it. So I've had lots of projects on. Let's make it sound like it's really far away. Well, that help if I chose the right section. Give that a go. Yeah, I'm about that. That is all of my mix prep done, I think. So the last stage that I have to do is just check how much balance between the kick and these kick samples I want, and then I'm going to gain stage them. Do I want less of this? Right, apply a low pass, 45 Hertz, and that's tightened things up a lot already. This is correctional stuff, not creative mix stuff for any of my speed mixing junkies. Okay, cool. That's good. Great. So now, so that I can start absolutely fresh with all of my mix approaches, I'm going to reset all of the faders, and I am going to deselect all of my buses, I think, except that one. Gym bass needs to be processed in, and the dark glass needs to be processed in here, but that yeah, that needs to stay. That needs to go, that needs to go, that needs to go. This needs to go. Yeah, then I can create my own snare balance. So all of this gets re-leveled out and muted. So all we should be hearing here now is the kick. And this is where I'm going to start my mix. I will throw up the faders. I'll get my iPad, have a control surface, and throw up the faders as if I'm on a desk. This will then be relatively close to being timed. I want to do it as quickly as possible, so that all the creative juices flow. Tee-hee. Nice. Are there any questions before I go? Do you know what? No, I'm gonna just take the time to craft a snare properly. I'm not going in there. Oh, because that's the sidechain. Fine. Is there any reason why I should phase reverse this? You know what? I like that there's a little bit more of the boom, the 220 Hertz being brought out. Cool. And now this guy can go all the way down. Okay. I am going to take 10 minutes. I'll take 10 minutes. And I will show a timer on screen to say that. I'm going to get myself a little snack, a cup of tea, reset, just to sort of take a little bit of time away from the 2 hours 51 that I've been mix prepping. Normally this would be done in half an hour. I am. It's funny that whichever the two of you is Scramble. Amazing to see someone actually care enough to sample cut them. I only thought we had the patience for that kick blend sample. Well, to be fair, right, you guys were coming to me for stem mastering, so I wasn't going to ask for the rest of the shells. You know, that was so that I could use the kick to sidechain into a master bus compressor to really get everything going, you know, alongside the kick. That was a utilitarian thing. Guitar's going straight into a 2i2 running to an instance of neural SLO. That is why I also opted not to do live reamping. You guys had a sound already, so you'd obviously been playing into a Soldano. Might as well keep it. Good. Right. I'm going to have a break. I will see you in 10 minutes or so. Be good. Remember to hydrate. Hey, friends, did we remember to eat? Did we remember to hydrate? Are we all alive? Just going to double check that my control surface works, because like anything that runs through Wi-Fi, it might be a little bit buggy. Go ahead and select this. Yep, that works. Good. Okay. So this is effectively the closest I can get to having a console, is to use a control surface on my iPad. It's the free Logic Remote. Bob standard. It helps me make decisions very quickly for balancing things. And it also helps me not kind of get bogged down in like these little microscopic keyboard mouse movement kind of things. So yeah, there we go. I am going to have a sip of tea. I'm going to get mixing very swiftly, because Sarah has promised me pizza. Right. I'm going to have a stopwatch on the go so that I don't lose focus. Focus more on explaining things than actual mixing. So here we go. I'm going to have in my head that I want to do this in an hour and a half or less. Voila, onwards. Balancing I try and get done in 10 minutes or so. 15 tops if it's like a really big project. And I'm going to let my sub turn on, and I'm also going to analyze this kick because I didn't do it before. Good, we've got a basis for balancing. I would not worry about the clipping by 4.2 dB on the snare. That's going to be reduced later on. Wrong fader. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Sharing my screen. That is tragic. You guys didn't miss much. It was literally just fader balances. There we go. That is so typical of me to forget. It happens at least once every stream. I think that's just going to be my thing. Da 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 da. Just imagine if I'd replace my voice with my voice. Cool. These are our automation effects, aren't they? Here. One thing that I quite like doing is muting these. One thing I quite like doing is balancing all of my effects as soon as I've got like the main elements of like subs, noises, and risers and that kind of thing balanced for a particular section. So I'm just going to go through systematically now. This guy probably going to need some. He's going to need some clearing up because there's going to be subs that will affect lots that I don't want it to affect. Places not good. Next. What are the other things that we've not... I thought we'd done that. Alright, never mind. Does that sound like? Cool, sounds like I am safe. I'll balance the snare bomb with the rest of the song. This guy.
So the only stuff we got left to balance is the snare bomb and... Ah, the other white noise thing. Cool. Yep, yeah. There we go. Love when things go to plan on a stream. Right, let's see how this all sounds. Cool, so I've done my balancing in 10 minutes 17. This is good. I would normally have like an external timer, but I didn't want to just be like, stop, at Google and screaming into your ears. So this is the point where I now go into my master chain. I will do corrective EQ very briefly. And that seems to be all I need at the moment. I'm about to fix the sort of hissy sort of frequency in the cymbals when I turn my attention to the drums. So all that's really needed is just making sure that this doesn't start really ducking at the low end stuff. Cool. So that's going to get us sort of feeling the vibe so far. Let's move on to some EQ. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. all of the 800 that's coming out of this. Cool. That low mid stuff was kind of just clouding things a little bit in that snare drum for my liking. Yes, so this sustain needs to come down a little bit. I want it to be sounding like it's a bit more exciting. Yeah, nice. Cool. I can probably copy particular setting elsewhere? Yeah, I can. This doesn't necessarily need sustain reduced. Maybe it does. Certainly needs more attack and more pump. Good. Let's add this guy. Just making tiny adjustments to compensate for the faster hits of digga 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 dum. I've just realised I'm doing dynamics processing as opposed to EQ processing. Whoops. Well, it's getting the feel. It's getting the feel of everything. Cool. I'll just set a... Cool. And we'll just backtrack and do EQ stuff. Yeah, all of the wubby low end is going to just be fighting with everything else that's going on in this really dense mix. Good. Good. So this sample is more for it is more for transient reinforcement. Just getting that really clear idea of digga-dum, digga-digga-dum. And then we've got our door tom. Yeah, question? Look at that. So I'm hearing a ring. Really funny, Jay was mentioning about having pitch earlier, which I do have, and it often helps me identify frequencies, but sometimes I get the octaves mixed up. Here, aren't we? Do that down to 50. Gently. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds explosive. That sounds less explosive, but I think we're just using it I just simplify things, speed things up, and do this. That helps the attack, certainly. 50. Good. Great. I'm gonna A/B these EQ moves so that everyone can hear them as well. They just sound cleaner. The main overheads are going to need more work than the GGD overheads. Yeah, they just sort of tie everything in nicely. That needs a shelf. That needs a shelf. Good, that has tightened up much of what we wanted. Already our drums are feeling much nicer. I'm going to mute all of our effects so that I don't get distracted by them. Let's just see what happens with. Oh, let's go for the main riff returning so that I can EQ the bass to the drums, and then we'll see what gin bass does. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of woo woo, the 220 sort of frequency. having trouble deciding if it's too subby or if it just needs to be limited even. You know what? Maybe it just needs to be louder. Yes, yes it does. Cool, so I'm not going to be adding any low end to this. Let's use my favourite channel strip at the moment. It's kind of wonky honky in sort of range. A little bit more precise arrangement. But using that channel like it kind of better than the Brainworks, like the E setting better. Yes, I like the I like the SSL proprietary channels way better than the Waves channel, and the I've not tried the Brainworks channels, but the fact that it's come straight from SSL is something. Make that feel a little softer. Good. Let's just see what this do it from the intro. So I made that dynamic because there were the upper octave was just kind of giving a little bit of credence to 220 and 440 hertz, which I wasn't particularly happy. Logic. That is rumbly drumbly. Much better. Copy this across this way. Probably afford to take out some low end there. In. Oh. Right, let's see how these fare. These are just a little bit much now. Dynamics time. We're running about 33 minutes. That's good. I'm bang on schedule for where I thought. I love clipping my kicks. Anyone seen my social media recently, which you probably have, considering you're here? Clipping is good. Cool. Let's use the JST clip. It's just somehow it's managed to tighten up the low end instead of being like whoa, 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 whoa. It's ended up being bum, 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 which is great. We'll drag. No, we won't, because that's the wrong way round. We will grab Pro C2 preset from here. Not a fast kick at all. I need to resave this as well, actually. 30's enough for this. Less sludgy. Good. Gonna do the same again. Clip the shit out of the snare. Two on. Hums. Yeah. 30. Well, we've done our dynamics processing on our toms. We did that earlier. But I will show you the effect of the distressor, which really is fantastic. I'll just A-B that. And I think just to go overkill, I'm going to put another one on. Because why not? That's leveled it really nicely. I'm very happy with that. Cool. Let's see what happens when we add our one-shots. It's considerably colder. A little bit of a difference being made with the consistency there. Try something I saw today. Yeah, it's taking away lots of the transient, which is making the cymbals sound quite thin and quite like they're not necessarily like physically thin. It sort of feels like they're more made of tinfoil at the moment than of actual thick bronze. is what's coming through to me. So we are going to soothe this. Now I really want to pump these up. This is great. Mixing makes me so happy. Like, it... Can't beat it. Let's put this down to 10 so that we've got a little bit of attack on our rooms, and we're going to set our sidechain to master drum MIDI because we can make more accurate decisions about shell stuff there. So just adding a little bit of distortion there has already helped. We've got it gelling, we've got it moving nicely, but it's also just added a little bit of that transient information back, a little bit of that punch, and then just whacking on my preset. Right, let's have a look at... Let's clip the drums. Let's JST clip them. Quick and dirty. Maybe I'll do something a little more transparent. Now the reason why I've got all this clicking and popping and whatever is just because I've got the delta state instantiated to help me make an educated decision as to how much clipping I'm doing. I'm going to go out on a limb and try the Shadow Hills compressor. Maybe not. Not the right thing. low end is annoying me a little bit as well, actually. Oh, you bastard. It's finally done it. So this is what happens when Logic decides to shit the bed. It happens very occasionally. I am 1000% sure it's because my template's a bit jank. But that is a good opportunity to be zen, have a cup of tea. Not throw everything out the window. So right, we're about 45 minutes in. That newfangled clip, I haven't seen it on sale. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I got it for about $50. It is absolutely worth every penny. It's so good. Well, let's just wait while Logic does this for some reason. Newfangled Elevate on the whole. I've not come across Elevate yet. What does it do? The neighbours are probably thinking, like, what the hell is this guy doing upstairs? Oh. Well, a nice moment to decompress. Yogurt. Cultivate my desperately screaming internal bacteria. So, is Elevate a mastering suite in the same sense as Ozone's, well, just Ozone? Is it the same? Is it effectively the same thing? Yeah, Clipper Saturator, Multiband Limiting, Multiband Transient is one package. So, it's basically got Saturate built into it. That's cool. Right, I'm not happy with this. Cool, I want to take out some of the hissiness of those cymbals. Maybe this is also clouding some of. Yeah, it was. Cool. First of all, let's limit this. I'm gonna resume my timer. I kind of want a little bit of emphasis on the start of the signal. hear it really well. Joo, 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 joo. Interesting. Ooh, so we got some kind of 300 hertz now coming up. This was a preset that I made specifically for Ginger Bass, and that's why it immediately sounded better. I don't need to tweak anything there. We'll limit this. In fact, what we'll do is we will limit it pre-Pro C2. So we need to soothe some things, unless we can just do a dynamic EQ. Cool, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some Pro MB just to the low end, make sure that it's not really being kissed that much by the upper bass, but just when the lower bass joins in, so that it's not completely overwhelming us. He said, applying it to the top bass as well. I'm liking where this is going. This is great. Let's do my favourite thing in the world and limit these guitars. That was nice and easy. I'm going to do the same thing to these guys. And yes, everything is now starting to sound just a little bit hissy, so I'm going to do that again up here. And 200, 4. And these pick attacks are so much more transparent on these stems. Then I'll really be able to emphasize the ja at the pick attack. We'll just gently soothe that top end. good. So now all we have to do is check these post effects. I think we can absolutely afford to put that up more. Yes, that sounds lovely, but I want slightly less low end. That will make me feel seasick. Yeah, that's nice. I'm going to double check how this sub relates to the rest of the instrumental. What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply Soothe to it. Purely on the low end. Change that back. Frequency all the way down to... Alright, well don't let me type it in. Let's put the instrument, the audio to be just... Cool. Let's get some bus dynamics going. Cool. I will turn my DSLR on for you guys. And then you'll be able to see exactly what pieces of Outboard are doing what. I'll get them loaded in anyway, all of them, so I can just sort of shoot them out. It's just going to be the TL. And the thesis that we're shooting out today. What? Oh, duh. Right, okay. I'm being... Really? Oh, it's because I'm running Dante via. That's what's happening. My buffer? 1024, right. Not much I can do about this. That's fine. Okay. What I'll do is I will pop the I'll pop the DSLR on for you guys, and you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see my outboard. Hooray! Okay, so that channel 1 that you're seeing is my voice. Channels 3 and 4 are the TL. 5 and 6 are the Lexicon, which is my snare room, and then 7 and 8 are the Elysia. I think very, very strongly, having just tinkered around for a second, that I'm going to chain both of these into each other. But I will just show you what each one does. So we've got a lovely amount of glue coming from the TL. That's probably down to the valves, or well, I mean, it's a VCA compressor, but there is a valve stage in there somewhere. So I think the sound is generally quite warmer and smoother. But it's leveled out all of the sort of needly transients very nicely. Which is great. Let me go for the ART, the Elysia. It's really adding a lot of punch there. So, yeah, I think for that exact reason, just listen to these two together. I'll just A/B between no compression and then both compression. So I can tell that something is trying a bit too hard. It may also be I haven't gain staged this properly yet. I haven't gain staged this yet properly in the DAW. So I'll do that now. Yeah. So probably what we were hearing was the Elysia compressor reacting too much. Yeah, 1.5 to 2 dB on that particular unit of gain reduction is way too much. Unless you're like deliberately... You sold me on the Elysia. It's a really good box. Yeah, it's a great box. The gel totally came from the TL, I think. But the TL going into the Elysia, majorly powerful combination there. Let me just dial in the Elysia, because it felt like it was working very, very slightly too hard. Great. Are we ready for shit to get loud? Oh, I haven't done dynamics processing on this guy yet. Is annoying me. Honestly, I don't think he needs that much. Okay, cool. I'm going to get these two sections, which are absolutely slamming already. I'm going to get them slamming even further, and then I'll do some automation between the different sections, just to see how the feel changes between these points of tension and release. So, let's go for Mongoose 2 real quick. Actually, I'm just going to check how the gain is staged, because it sounds quieter for me than it does for you guys. Yeah, it's quieter for me than you guys because of my monitor controller. That's fine. Mongoose. All I need to do is this and this. It's bypassed, and I will unbypass it in a moment. It's like my favorite thing. Let's just check these mids and these sides real quick. Quick AB of our EQ to make sure we've not completely screwed up the song. Feels warmer, but it's still got some nice punch to it. This is good. I'm going to turn my gain plugin on for just in case I get like super ADHD rabbit holey, and I'm just going to chop this region up. All of the effects. This is so that I can... I'll do it in front of you now. I've got a cool SoundFlow script where I've mapped a keyboard shortcut to one button on here. It's in a mixing template, and it just says create markers by region border. So what I'm going to do is I'll select all of the regions here. Go into my automation. Go into gain pre-alpha compressor. And then I will just press one button. Is that correct? Oh, maybe the line has to exist first. Create markers for... that's creating markers. Right, cool. So I've just created like a million markers. Great. I'll do... Okay, cool. Now I'm at the right stage. There we go. So now we've got all of our sections with different automation. Hello, Dom. Good to see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Cool. So this will allow me to individually with each section just bring things up to give a little more oomph or a little less oomph if there's too much oomph. We won't need to worry about that just yet. Let's focus on making this sound absolutely inhumane. Let's commit some atrocities with this. I always start with the sides first, because there's such a contrast in sound to the mids. This is because I could easily get like super distracted by the mids because they're so prominent in this song, and you know we've got all this stuff in the center of the image, the kick, the snare, and you know the low end of the guitars and the bass. So this just allows me to get the sides moving first, and then I'll tailor the mids to that. That sounds decent on the sides. This is doing too much. So the way that I try and figure out if I like what I've done, and I've checked the way that I check whether or not I've completely ruined this song is I'll close my eyes and I'll just randomly click and mash the button. You know, I'm going to save just in case this crashes Logic. Mash the button so I can't tell if it's on or off, and then I will listen, and whichever choice out of 3 I like the best is the one I stick with for the rest of the song. Cool, eyes are shut. So I like this one much better. That's great, but I think the mids could just be a little bit higher there. And that wasn't best out of 3, but it was a very clear decision from me that with the compressor off, it sounded like it sounded very triangular, which makes absolutely no sense in terms of audio, but it felt like there was this big emphasis on the mids in the center, and then the sides were kind of put to one side in a way. You know, they were kind of second fiddle. Yeah, that's easily one. Cool. Let's just see how this deals with the absolute heaviest section of the song. So now we're getting to the stage where I want to do global automation of stuff going into this compressor. This being the absolute heaviest section of the song, I'm just going to decide whether or not the stuff afterwards is smashing too hard. Well, that guitar needs to come up, but I will do that later. I think that is a little too hard for me. Just a touch. And also the downbeat. Oh, God, effects. Shut up. This is why I've got such an umbrage with Logic's way of not exporting audio stems the way that we did before, having to import all of those manually drawn subdrops and white noise sweeps. It just doesn't allow for any bloody peace and quiet. Let's we pop that up to 0.6, and it sounds like I'm making these teeny tiny details as like nitpicking, but half a dB will really make a huge difference when you've got all of this compression lumped up together and it's all being clipped and limited, the living squiddles out of it. That's the end of the song. Oh my god, Sound Radix, yes. Genius. Oh my god. Just on the master. Yeah, of course, just on the master bus. Do I already have it? No. Okay, right. I've got it installed on a Windows machine because I was gonna use it as a talkback thing, talkback unit while I was working with the choir, and then I realised that there was a bunch of Dante routing, and because I'm stuck with Dante Via, I'm stuck with 16 in and 16 out. The whole Dom, my brother, who's in this, he has an understanding of IT. So I mean, basically, there's all of this routing going on between what should effectively be the microphones going into the audio workstation, and in order to use this plugin which automatically mutes sources, I'd need to sacrifice one of my inputs, and I couldn't do that for that particular piece of work. Back to this piece of work, though. So it looks like everything's kind of sitting around minus 0.6 here. Right, and I did feel that. This needs to go up here. What if I do this? Reduce everything to -1 over here. Let's just see how this treats the song. Muted my effects. Yeah, I kind of want more of these transient kind of things. Where are they all? These. Just those guys, isn't it? Just to really emphasize the fact that it's just going doo. Right, I'm doing my silly thing. That's going to make all the difference, I swear. Yes! Same thing again here. Yeah, I would quite like everything to come down slightly to make room for this part of the song. Where are the offending guys? There's these. And there is these. Right, let's just see what that does. Maybe now there's too much contrast. Will adding the little doogie make a difference? Yes, it will. Yeah, where's my snare bomb? I've realised there's a bunch of elements that I'm now losing in the guitars. What happens if I just saturate this? There was another thing, which was I wanted more of my snare room. That feels like it's regained a lot of the punch that was stolen. Good. Okay, cool. I'm going to do the rest of this in headphones so that I don't disturb my neighbours. And this is just to pick out the last few details. Going to bed and enjoying my weekend. Oh right, well, I'm still in the hour and a half time limit. Jesus, that's great. Wonderful. Let's go section by section. Help if I turn my own volume up. Yeah, I'm still not entirely happy with that view. My friend, these are Olos, Olo S4X. When I first did speed mixing, I realized, oh, hang on, I go on tour a lot. I don't have a consistent mixing environment. All I had was a pair of Sony WH-H100Xs or something like this, like the part of their H.EAR range. And they sounded like seashells, so I couldn't make informed decisions about what I was doing. That was, you know, it was dumb. Bad. So I wanted to get a set of headphones that translated as closely as possible to my Genelecs. And in a shootout between these and the HD 660s, these won. So yeah, very, very good headphones. Quite like these to feel a little more ambient. Please. So with this restatement of the same riff, what I'm going to go for is not necessarily exactly the same thing. It still needs to punch, but I think the guitars need to kind of take the lead a bit. Oh yeah. So what's really funny about the way Scramble have done this, is they've elided lots of their stuff over over their bar lines. And then we'll have the same thing going on just here. Guitar, they're doing, they're just staying as is. Great. Maybe this all feels a little too moment. That's much better. Much better. Do is I'll add to this to compensate for the 2 that I took away earlier, just now. Yeah, this is a bit. See how the drums need to feel. So the toms need to come out. What happens if we boost them? Works. That's the good thing. That's the very good thing. Yeah, this is just clouding things at the moment. I need to make it's automated. Mine's up here. Yeah, nice. Cool. I'm going to be back in 2 ticks because Sarah has said I need to make my order for pizza, and that is great. Have a drink, do something nice. I will be back very shortly. And I am back. Oh, good. Yeah, glad people have been enjoying this and enjoying watching the stuff. I can't believe that over 180 people saw Wednesday's stream. Like, that's mind-boggling to me. Who wants to watch me? Who wanted to watch 9.5 hours of struggling to edit drums, right? Let's just ease ourselves back into... I'm feeling like I want just a little more guitars in here. And I think what I want is less of these guys. Yeah, we got these cool little things coming out of the guitars here. This is probably way overkill, but I'd like a bit more of them. And they need the definition that those drop guitars don't have. Beats here. There we go, 2 beats here. Here. Oh, that bend sounds absolutely nasty. Doodle-doodle. Doodle-doodle. Up. Down. Two beats. Yes. Up. Deselect that. Down. One beat. Everyone loves struggle with all. Little. Yeah. This day has made me so happy. I love. It's like Kiko was saying. Mixing is just like the true state of Zen. It's so much fun. Right. Cat. So it's just, yeah, it's phrases of 1 beat and 2 beats. Which is quite nice. This is so much fun being able to like get this involved with the song. And like really pick it apart and really understand it. I think that was supposed to be there and I just missed. Who's gonna know? Only like on the We're now getting into the territory that we were at on Wednesday, where I'm now just starting to make stupid noises and lose objectivity. So I'm trying to work out who everyone is from the name handles. Yeah, I wish that was stretched a bit longer. That was a thing. Yeah, I'm still wanting more guitars. There's not something that's just not quite gelling between the snare bomb, potentially the guitars. Yeah, we can hear a lot more of it coming. Needs to come like way up. That's gonna be like, say, an extra 4 dB. That bass is overwhelming everything. I'm gonna do a weird mixture of stuff. First of all, I'm going to repeat the tom thing. Need more tom. Sound a bit tribal. To mine. Noticed something in the right headphone in the sort of low mids was a it's these.
I see.
Okay, well what we can just do is shelve that because I am impatient for my pizza. Do the same thing again. Two things. The mouse. Oh, it looks like we don't have patterns of 1 or 2. 2. Very helpful. Nice simple patterns. Let's go. Two. Down 2. The little sniff in the background. Weensy teensy details now. Good. Great. I will... Before... Because I realised I didn't dial in my multiband compression settings properly. You know, past what I did at the start of the stream. So I'll just demonstrate. Just monitor with my sub for a second. So this is what I was talking about at the very start when I was doing mix prep and going over my chain. These three bands are kind of central to the whole song, just making it feel like a song. If these three... If they're missing the bottom of the top end... you can still recognise that it's the song. Like, all of this is just not music, it's just noise. Helped gain a lot more sustain throughout the whole song, which is great. So good. The only thing left to do is loudness, and that can all just come from clipping and limiting, which I will do myself so that I don't blow everybody's ears out. Or maybe, yeah, no, I will do that just because it shows the finished product. But I'll do that in headphones again, neighbours. might try the Lance Prince trick of stacking 2 of these up and just seeing how much louder I can get. In fact, let's do a comparison as to first thing, pop A to B. Cool. If we turn this up to 9 dB, this one is. Let's just turn it off. I'm just going to see what the difference is between how much clipping we're doing between 8 dB and 9 dB, and also 8 dB and 8 dB plus 1 dB. These are tiny, tiny details. So 8 dB, I'm hearing that we're clipping less, obviously, but all we're really doing is taking off some of the needles of the transients. It sounds much more rhythmic, whereas this sounds like more consistent, sustained noise. And in fact, if we were to check how much the additional dB is, not occurred to you to check the delta. Fair enough. I always like delta features because it just makes me it makes me reassured that I'm not pissing all over the song. I like them stacked. Old Jack, that was always the plan to do both. Stacking up. Right. Loudness warning, my friends, because this is gonna shoot up. Cool, that's great, but the kick is annoying me. And something else in 6K-ish is really pissing me off. Alright, it's 4. I'm going to add one more instance of EQ in there. Now I'm unsure if this is biasing towards my headphones or if it's coming from my headphone amp. Just hearing there's just this. Oh, of course I know what it is. I'm going to deal with it. Down by 2. I completely forgot to denoise the Elysia. So which one is this? This is the Elysia here, and I forgot to apply imaging compensation to the TL. This is perfect timing because my my pizza's just gone through the door. Right. Cool. Let's pop Dante Via down. I've popped it down 4 dB, Jack. Let me know if it needs more. So that is the imaging compensated for. And the last stage will be popping on some denoising. I'll just save this just in case Logic decides to say no. Who made this? Isotope. Denoise. There we go. I was wondering why I was going crazy. Denoise all of that. Great. Let's A/B between. Let's A/B between these guys. I'll add a limiter to the stereo out, which I will mute later on. Please update RX a bit. Yeah, I do need to. I do need to. 10 was dramatically faster in use for me. Okay, good, awesome. I found that running on M1 chips made a much bigger difference. But I mean, I can't speak from experience of having 10 versus 7. Let's do an A/B between Scramble's original master and this. Obviously, it's going to be night and day, but I'm curious to see in what way. What am I doing? I'm looking for mastering the mix reference. This is good. This is a great little plugin because it was recommended to me. Cool. I will go into my secret Dropbox folder. Current. See if I have it on. If not, I will just download it. Scramble. Debut EP. Final masters. Nerve damage. Technocracy. There we go. Okay, so we are going to just do a free, or are we going to mirror it? See what this does. I'm going to clip the end of this. Just 1 dB, just so that we don't have any of that horrible stuff going on. Oh, that's the point. They wanted this panned. Go ahead and pan that. But I think that's the only thing that I could possibly think of to reference about this. That go. That's right. 15, didn't it? Feels like a harp back to their original EP. Cool. The only thing left to do is set start and end points. Which feels like exactly that bar. Good. Get rid of that. Don't erase automation data. Start this just before here. Don't erase that, but we want to do that. To avoid any pops and clicks. For the cleanest possible. Oh, good. A mental 2 days. Going from something that was absolutely not edited at all. Guitars and bass didn't lock in. Obviously, we were just stuck with those overheads. This was a big task, but I think it was worth it. Ultimately, the facelift has been huge. I am 1,000,000% not repeating that exercise of stereo drums under those. Anyone attempts to send me those, I will just tell them I'm in here with an electric kit and we're doing MIDI. That was, ooh, wow, that was big. Very fun. What I will do, go into studio mode on OBS so that I can give you a nice screen. Existing Dante via. What I'll do is I'm calling it there. That was big day, big couple of days. Really enjoyed hanging out with everyone. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you to Scramble most of all. Thank you to Kieran, and thank you to Kyle, and thank you to Elysia for trusting me with your music. That is the biggest privilege of all, is to be trusted to do a good job with your art. Yeah, it's been really fun. Jack, thank you for hanging out and for attempting to derail the comments. Thanks for the feedback that it sounds huge as well. That really means a lot coming from you as well. Great. Well, if anyone knows anyone who wants me to do this for them to not ruin their music, stick them in touch. I want to help. Good. Meanwhile, I will export this and let you guys listen to it. So, thank you again. It's been fun. It's been real. Please pop me a Morte666. I completely forgot who you are, but send me a message on Instagram for those the snare bombs, because I literally made it from scratch on this stream. Cool. Right. Be good. Go get some water. Go touch grass. I'm certainly going to this weekend. See you soon.